Some of the well-dressed Pirates fans making their way into PNC Park tonight. It's time to find your seat and sit down and enjoy Pirates baseball with us as the Pirates search for a win in Game 2 of this 3-game series with the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everybody. Along with Bob Walk, I'm Tim Neverett. Tough night in Game 1 last night. Ross Ohlendorf roughed up early. Pirates bats didn't show up. Pedro Alvarez had the night off. He's back in the lineup tonight. And Joey Votto for the Reds out for the second straight night.
Well, hopefully Pedro Alvarez is going to have that home run bat. Last 10 games hasn't been doing a whole lot. Those middle 20 games, though, he did a whole bunch. Joey Votto having a great year, that's for sure. But I don't know how to feel about him not being in there, because Paul Maholm is one pitcher that Votto can't hit. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
Pedro Alvarez, last homestand, was getting it done, showing off the long ball.
Yeah, those are the home runs that we need right now. Being back here at home, having that night off, hopefully he'll get it going. And Leake has given up some home runs of late, so I think that Alvarez is going to have a big night tonight.
Pedro Alvarez gives us the good word on the ups and downs of being in the big leagues.
It's kind of cyclical, and what you want to do what you try to do as a hitter is eliminate that cycle as much as possible. But you just can't. It's just the nature of the beast. But I think what separates the good hitter, the great hitters from the good hitters, is that they can kind of shorten that time where they scuffle a little bit.
Pedro Alvarez going to be tested tonight by a bright young pitcher in Mike Leake of the Cincinnati Reds. He skipped the minor leagues. He's facing Paul Maholm.
Well, Mike Leake has got an excellent start, that's for sure, but he's given up 7 home runs in his last 5 games. Maybe all the innings are starting to get to him a little bit. Let's hope so. That's why I think home runs are going to beat him tonight. Paul Maholm, he's been up and down, up and down. Hopefully a good one tonight.
Right-hander Mike Leake against left-hander Paul Maholm as we count you down to the first pitch. A little bit of rain in the area. We hope to start on time. Pirates and Reds coming up from PNC Park. of interesting get-ups here at the yard. The Reds and the Pirates getting set for Game 2 of this 3-game series with Bob Walk. I'm Tim Neverett. There is some heavy rain forecast for the area, and the grounds crew here hoping that it will pass us by, but there is a possibility there may be some heavy rain here, so they're holding up the starting pitchers. They don't want to get the starting pitchers all warmed up and then just start the game and have the rain come and possibly have each team lose their starting pitcher, so they are going to wait it out for just a little while. So it's for the pitcher's benefit that we hold off on the start of the game tonight. But again, heavy rain in the forecast. It is expected to move in and out of the area rather quickly and hopefully won't delay the game by very much. In the meantime, we'll let you take a look at this week's edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. Pirates and Reds, the start of this game coming up. Stay with us.
DFS in Pittsburgh is brought to you by PNC. PNC for the Achiever in us all. By Barrel Automotive. Barrel.com. Definitely worth the click. By your Toyota dealer, where quality, dependability, and good MPG all come standard. Toyota, moving forward. And by your Western PA Honda dealer.
Welcome back to PNC Park. Still overcast above, but the rain has passed through. Alvarez's amigos are here as the Pirates have taken the field for Game 2 of this 3-game set with the Cincinnati Reds with Bob Walk. I'm Tim Everett, and we've gone through about an hour and 20-minute rain delay so far. It'll probably be an hour and 25 by the time the first pitch is thrown. But for a starting pitcher, you got to kind of sit through this thing, and Paul Mulholland did so, but they were given ample time to warm up, and both Paul Mulholland and Mike Leake for Cincinnati, the starting pitchers, as the first place Reds start the night half a game in front of St. Louis in the National League Central Division. Paul Mulholland will face this lineup put out by Dusty Baker for the Reds, brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward, Brandon Phillips, the leadoff man, 14 out of 40 at .350 average against Paul Mulholland. Paul Janisch in there as the shortstop tonight. Miguel Cairo at first. Bono's out again. Scott Rowland, Johnny Gomes, Jay Bruce, Chris Heisey in center field. Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. And a pretty good hitting pitcher tonight, Mike Leake.
There's Paul Mulholland finishing up his warm-up tosses. You see the numbers. Not too bad, but certainly he would like them to be better. But it's just been too many inconsistencies this year before he can get that ERA down. Every time it approaches an even 4 and he might break into the 3s, he has a bad game. He had a bad game last start, and it's been up and down, so maybe that means a good one tonight.
Behind Paul Mulholland in the field tonight, the outfield, left to right, Jose Talbot, Andrew McCutchen, and Lastings Millich. And on the infield, Pedro Alvarez back at third base tonight after a night off. Ronnie Cedeno, Neil Walker, Garrett Jones at first base, Chris Snyder back behind the plate for his second game as a Bucco. And Pedro Alvarez in a bit of a funk on the road trip. John Russell giving him last night off, and the last time Pedro had a night off, he came back and was very, very strong. So we'll see if that pattern continues tonight. He's got some supporters here.
The Amigos.
They have arrived and waited through the rain delay, and we are now underway. Ball one delivered to Brandon Phillips. An hour and 25-minute rain delay officially. 75 degrees as we start this one tonight. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Brandon Phillips. Swing and a miss. Phillips at 288, 14 homers, 40 runs knocked in.
A little muggy still out tonight. Sometimes you get rain like that, it'll move it out, but it is still a very sticky evening, even though it's just 75.
1-1, a swing and a miss. 1-2. Phillips last year had great success against the Pirates. This year so far, he has been relatively held in check. You look at the difference in the numbers, 379 in 2009. This year, hitting just 250 against the Bucks.
Yeah, look at that slugging percentage. Pretty impressive last season. 600.
Phillips, a National League All-Star this year. Takes inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Not inside by much. Looked like Mulholland tried to maybe cut that fastball a little bit. Perhaps it cut just a little too far.
Dan DeMuth, the crew chief, behind home plate. Angel Campos is at first base. C.B. Buckner at second, and Doug Eddings in back at third. Ground ball toward the middle, pass to diving Neil Walker, and that's a base hit. As Brandon Phillips starts the game the same way he did last night, reaching first base. Last night he got aboard via the walk.
Right back over the top of the mound, and it hit hard enough that Walker couldn't get there.
Now Paul Janisch will hit. Brandon Phillips banged up his hand a little bit. Seems to be stinging him.
Perhaps as a way he was kind of moving it around, maybe his wrist.
Well, Dusty Baker and the Reds can't afford any more injuries. Orlando Cabrera, the shortstop, went on the disabled list today with a strained oblique. We noticed late in the game last night, Bob, when he was trying to run out a double play ball, he had a problem getting down to first base. So he has been placed on the disabled list, and infielder Juan Francisco was recalled today from AAA Louisville. Joey Votto, the Reds' best player, is out for the second straight night with problems from a sprained right wrist. Orlando Cabrera, very good veteran shortstop, left the game in the 9th inning. Paul Janisch finished up, but it's the first time since 2005 Cabrera has been on the disabled list. 2-0 to Janisch. Now it's 2-1.
You see the swing that he hurt himself on, and sometimes, and actually probably more often than not, at this time of year, who finishes ahead of who depends on who stays the healthiest. It looks like it's coming down to the Cardinals and the Reds in this race. Who can stay away from a big injury?
They are trying to get Joey Votto healthy. Votto leads the National League in batting average and in home runs. He's in the top 5 in runs batted in. Miguel Cairo on deck. He's almost behind home plate, trying to get a better look at Mahalam. Janisch lifts this one back at first, foul ground, and Garrett Jones makes a fine play. 1 out for the Reds.
Nice play by Garrett. Ball didn't get very high.
Garrett Jones, he has been a good gamer when it comes to his activity this year. He's played in 104 of the first 105 games and has started each of the last 42 games at first base. The only game that Garrett Jones did not play this season was the 1st of May against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. He's got a night off. Miguel Cairo, a pair of runs batted in last night. Phillips takes a big secondary lead, and no throw down from Snyder. Defensively, you would expect Snyder to help the Pirates. He has been the best defensive catcher in baseball since 2007. Has a .999 fielding percentage since that time. Two balls, no strikes to Miguel Cairo. Cairo back up on the left side of the infield, shortstop, third base. Throw to first, and again Phillips is back. Sire Kratz a moment ago. He is backing up tonight behind the plate. Ryan Domit still on the disabled list, eligible to come off Thursday. And Domit tonight in AAA on a rehab stint, starting in right field for the Indianapolis Indians. 3 balls and no strikes. Domit last night was the designated hitter for the Pirates AAA ball club. Went 0 for 4, struck out once. Tonight getting his first activity in right field in a while, and when he comes back I think we can expect to see him get some at bats as a right fielder with Snyder available, and see him catch as well. And that one's just off the plate for ball 4. So Mahalam, a 1-out walk to Miguel Cairo. 2 men on, 1 out, and the batter will be Scott Rowland.
And that moves the man into scoring position, and I'd like to see the walks minimized tonight if we can. That was a big problem early in last night's game, not throwing enough strikes. And with what went on, we were kind of lucky that they didn't really just put a huge number up early in that ball game with all the free passes.
Well, there was a point in last night's game where the Pirates bullpen had retired 15 of 16 hitters.
Ross Ollendorf had threw 100 pitches in those first 5 innings. He was all over the place. And through the first 5 innings, they had stranded, I think it was 7 base runners. A lot of opportunities that they had, they didn't cash in.
Rolling down to third. Alvarez short hops it to second for one. Walker the turn, double play. Pirates go around the horn. Nice pivot by Neil Walker in the middle. Good start to the play by Pedro Alvarez. Pirates coming to bat. At PNC Park, a .350 average with a pair of home runs. Garrett Jones hitting cleanup. Alvarez fifth. Village is sixth. Of course, Snyder down the 7-hole. It'll be Ronnie Cedeno hitting eighth, and the pitcher Paul Mulholland bats ninth against Mike Leake. First pitch from Leake is high ball one to Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen hitting .288. And he drives this one up in the air to center. This Heisey is there, and there is one out quickly.
We'll take a look at Leake's numbers on the year. It's just pretty amazing to think that he was pitching in college last summer, and here he is in the big leagues with excellent numbers, and a big reason that the Cincinnati Reds are where they at, battling it out for first place in the National League Central. What a success story. Has never pitched an inning in the minor leagues. Has come right to the big leagues.
Not a lot of guys have done that.
And that's why I think that Alvarez is going to have a big night tonight.
Tabata rolls it to the right side. Cairo will take it himself, 2 away.
Because basically, when you think about it, Leake's a college pitcher.
Yeah, okay.
He's not even really a year out of college. Maybe right about a year or so. And Alvarez is not too far away from just hammering college pitchers.
Yeah, he was doing that in 2008.
Doesn't that make sense? And Leake also has given up 7 home runs in his last 5 games. Pedro's going deep tonight.
And Alvarez has 7 home runs.
Pedro is going deep tonight.
Bob, it's almost like the Lincoln Kennedy coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. It's right there for everyone to see.
There in black and white. Neil Walker takes a strike. Leake is the 21st player since the draft began in 1965 to bypass the minor league. And he's the first guy since Xavier Nady did it in 2000.
And that's kind of a different situation, too.
0-1. Walker has this one off the handles foul.
Leake comes up in April and plays and is a big part of the game. The Nady thing, he was a September call-up thing, just a little courtesy cup of coffee, gotten at bat, so we could say he did it. But Leake, he is a main member of that team. It's awesome what he has done for the Cincinnati Reds.
Walker fouls it back. He's the first Reds player since 1957. Bobby Henrik did it to bypass the minor league. Come straight to the big league.
And he's really not a guy that's going to impress you you know, with a bullpen workout or anything. He doesn't throw real hard or anything like that. He just, knows what he's doing out there.
Walker would have been a single. Giannis was playing right behind the bag. Takes a hit away from Neil Walker. And the Pirates gone in order in the first. Prior to the game was presented by Kent Jacoby, the 2010 Heart and Hustle Award. The Major League Baseball Players Alumni Association presents this annually to a player on each team. His folks here from Florida to see him accept the award. Kent Jacoby posing proudly as well. But congratulations to Andrew McCutcheon. Well earned. The award recognizes the intangible values of a true team player and leader. Johnny Gomes, the left fielder, takes strike one from Paul Maholm. Top of the second, no score at PNC Park. The wet stuff has come through. Hour and 25-minute rain delay to start tonight. And the 0-1 from Maholm. Ground ball towards Cedeno. Ronnie throws him out, one away for Cincinnati in the second. The tarp was put on late after the rain began, and grounds crew did a good job getting the field ready. They got a lot of diamond dry out there, however. Does that do anything to the ball? Does the ball stay down after it's been raked over with diamond dry a little more?
Well, if it hits a soft spot where the diamond dry is a little on the thick side, didn't get evened out real well, then yeah, it could definitely stay down.
Right fielder Jay Bruce, nothing in one to count. Bruce last night came a put out short of tying the National League record for putouts by a right fielder. He had 9 of them last night. The record is 10. Last guy to do it, Raul Mondesi in 2005. Major League record, 11 putouts in a game. He was just roaming right field, and the balls kept coming to him. 1-1. And Maholm's pitch. Missed inside. Bruce has 10 home runs. 2 of those 10 came here in one game against the Pirates early in the season.
Most left-hand hitters probably look forward to coming to PNC Park with that short porch.
Jose Tabla hauls it in.
Les Paul's on the mound. They probably don't like that too much. Paul is always pretty good against lefties.
Jay Bruce has been struggling a bit against left-handers recently, so he is 0 for 1 to start the night.
There is that short wall, just 320 down the line. Doesn't get real deep. Goes out to 375, which is kind of average.
Chris Heisey excited everybody last night. It was the first inside the park home run hit by an opposing player at PNC Park. Just the second one ever. 6 years and a month to the day Jack Wilson did it here. Just a line drive over Cedeno's head. And McCutcheon went to play it and got by him and into the north side notch. And Heisey kept on running. He was sent home. The throw was just a bit late on the relay, and he was safe with an inside the park home run to left field, right at Jose Tabla. Doesn't have to move. 3 up and 3 down for Paul Mulholland. Pirates coming to bat in the second when we return. All tickets purchased now through this Sunday. Pirates will pay all service fees. This deal includes any ticket purchased for any of the remaining Pirates home games for the rest of the season. So, great promotions, post-game concerts, fireworks, plenty of great nights. Pirates.com/no fees. Garrett Jones, cleanup man, up there to start the bottom of the second. One hopper to Brandon Phillips. Phillips takes his time and throws out Jones. One down quickly. Jones is out. And here comes Pedro to the plate. Pedro Alvarez back in the ball game. He was out last night. After his first 10 games, he struck out 17 times. He went on a tear for his next 20, hitting .329, driving in 15, hit 7 out of the ballpark, and struggled over the last 10. Votto out with that right wrist injury that he re-aggravated. So that's kind of a boost for the Pirates to not have Votto in there for 2 straight days, but Alvarez trying to provide some offense for the Buccos tonight.
All right, let's go, Pedro. We're counting on you. See that look, afraid of him. He knows.
He knows. The Amigos.
The Amigos are waiting also.
El Toro.
That's a ball, right, Toro?
Yep.
That ball was inside.
1-2 now to Pedro.
Well, did you see how Hernandez caught it? He caught it and moved it 6 inches. The reason he moved it 6 inches because he knows it wasn't a strike. If it was a strike, he wouldn't have moved it.
1-2 tap foul. Now watch Ramon Hernandez's glove here.
Yeah, well, after the ball hits the glove, he'll jerk it toward the strike zone. Right there. See, he moved it in. 6 inches. I kind of exaggerated. But he moved it a good 2 or 3.
Sounded better at 6.
Yeah. Well, you know, Gypsy's going to show everything twice.
You could have said a foot, and if they hadn't shown it,
would have been fine.
Yeah, been fine.
Yep. Sometimes I forget that this is not radio.
Count is full to Pedro. It's radio with pictures.
Yeah. I can say it's 6 inches inside on the radio. No, that's what it is.
Also say it's sunny out. Here comes the payoff. And Alvarez stays alive.
He's just waiting for his pitch.
Pedro out of Vanderbilt, facing former Sun Devil from Arizona State, Mike Leake. 3-2 inside.
He knows. Leake knows.
Pirates have their first base runner after 4 men went down in a row. Pedro's on first, and Lasting's Millage getting ready to hit.
What are the Vanderbilties?
Vanderbilties?
Yeah, what are they?
They're the Commodores.
The Commodores.
Yeah. Lionel Richie never played for them, though. In case you're wondering, Bob.
No, that didn't enter my mind. Okay. That's a good point. It's a nice fact. I'm going to put it away. Yeah.
Ground ball to third and gets away from Roland. Roland tried to backhand it. Hits into left field. Down to third base goes Alvarez, and into second, Lasting's Millage.
What was your question earlier about the kitty litter?
Diamond dry?
This might have hit a little soft spot because it didn't bounce the way he thought. He thought it was coming up, and it stayed down, went underneath his glove. Well, now we got something going. 1 out. 2-men in scoring position.
Lasting's Millage being credited with a double.
Let's make it hurt.
It's his 20th double of the year. Now Snyder looking for his first hit as a Pirate. And he's got it. Alvarez will score. Here comes Millage in right behind him. Throw from goals. Not in time. 2-0 Pirates. Chris Snyder, welcome to Pittsburgh. And Snyder, RBIs 33 and 34.
A good job base running by Millage, able to realize that even with 1 out, he could go right away. There it is. He takes off immediately, and there's not going to be any play at the plate. Actually, I was kind of surprised they threw home. They took a chance that Snyder could have gone into second base with that throw to the plate.
Millage gets home without a slide. Chris Snyder now 1 for 5 as a buck. He's going to provide some offense. He brings 10 home runs and now 34 RBIs with him from Arizona.
Pirates are able to take advantage of an opportunity. Alvarez walks, free pass. Millage, kind of a shaky defensive play by Roland.
Open in on Cedeno. Safe Auto Insurance reminds you you're safe at home with Safe Auto, proudly supporting the Obadiah Cole Foundation for prostate cancer screening and awareness. Early detection is the cure. Buccos are on the board, 2-0. Bottom of the second. 1-1 is high. 2 balls and a strike.
A lot of things decide the outcome of the ball game. One of the big ones is which team takes advantage of the other club's mistakes the best. So far, the Buccos have done that. Just a little crack in the door turned it into 2 runs.
Popped up left side. Roland wants it. And there are now 2 away. Veteran Scott Roland. One of those hard-nosed players. Shows up to play every day. He's going to hit 300 for you pretty much all the time. Last year, I believe he was hitting about 327 at the time of the trade from Toronto to Cincinnati. He's been a Red now for just a little over 365 days. It was a trading deadline deal. Holland takes ball 1. Paul's got 3 hits on the season. I don't know if you've noticed or not lately, Bob, last couple of outings, Paul's been making more contact, but fouling off more pitches instead of just swinging and missing. So I think he's a little more determined to put the ball in play fairly. 2-1.
He's an excellent golfer. You think his hand-eye coordination are good enough to where he should be at least an average hitting pitcher.
And he's got a base hit. That's the 4th hit of 2010 for Paul Mulholland. So 2 on and 2 out. Back to the top of the order, and Andrew McCutchen. Good reason to smile for Paul.
Paul's choking up a little bit on the bat, just trying to make sure he makes that contact. Gets the ball put in play. You never know, you might find a hole. And that's exactly what he did. 3 hopper gets to the right side.
Paul got a hit off flamethrower, Ubaldo Jimenez of Colorado, the other day in Denver, and I talked to him afterward about it. He said he was seeing those 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs very well. So for whatever reason, he was seeing the ball extremely well. It didn't matter the velocity, and he got a hit to the opposite field, left field, against Jimenez. We'll bring the Colorado Rockies in here starting Thursday for a 4-game set. Andrew McCutchen flying to center his first time up. 0 for 1 tonight. 2 on, 2 out. We'd like to say hello and congratulations to some longtime Pirate fans, longtime season ticket holders. Lynn and Earl Cohen, they're celebrating their 52nd wedding anniversary tonight right here at the ballpark. Great fans. I actually met them at a Penguins Lightning game in Tampa during spring training. So happy anniversary, Lynn and Earl. 1-1 pitch. Now it's 1-2 to McCutchen. The only bobblehead day of the season is this Friday, and it's Andrew McCutchen's. That's right. All fans receive an Andrew McCutchen bobblehead courtesy of Pirates.com. So for tickets, visit Pirates.com. And don't forget, all tickets purchased now through this Sunday, all service fees are paid by the Pirates. Uh-oh. Andrew McCutchen just got plunked. And his parents are concerned. Sight you never like to see right there.
Nope. Looks like he is talking. Moving around a little bit. Let's see if we can tell where the ball hit him.
Looks like on the back of the helmet.
Back of the helmet. Parents, they react like any parent would.
And McCutchen with trainer Brad Henderson out there, manager John Russell. Mike Leake, who was standing by the mound with his head down, just staring at the ground. No intent there. Ball just got away from him, and he's feeling pretty terribly.
They're trying to throw a fastball in. You can see the catcher jump inside. I think got him in the back of the neck. I don't know if it hit him in the helmet or not. It's hard to tell. Got him maybe in all that hair he's got.
See if we can hear him.
That didn't sound like a helmet, did it?
And McCutchen now is sitting up.
But you're right. Leake just let one get away from him. They're trying to throw the ball inside. You can see just before he let it go, Hernandez moves inside, right on the inside corner. They were trying to put a ball in on the hands, and that one just took off. A little bit of a sideways spin on it, and it sailed on him.
And McCutcheon is to his feet. Mike Sandoval, the trainer on the right. Brad Henderson on the other side of him. See how he feels here. He's coming out of the ball game.
Looks like walking pretty well. Hopefully just a little caution here by the Pirates taking him out.
So Andrew McCutcheon going to the clubhouse. Almost appeared a bit woozy as he was walking down the stairs there. We'll get you an update on Andrew as soon as one becomes available. And the pitch from Mike Leake.
Yeah, I think it got him in the back of the neck. Yes, by that video and that replay we had where you could hear it, it didn't make that sharp noise you would hear if it was hitting his helmet.
So Delwyn Young takes his place at first. Bases are loaded, and there are 2 men out. And Tabata had a 12-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. He and Garrett Jones both with 12-game hitting streaks this season. Longest on the team. 0-1. Chased that one. So Delwyn Young quickly off the bench, and you'd have to think that the outfield will get shifted around. If you're guessing here, Delwyn to right, Millage to left, Tabata to center.
Yep.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, this season, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, Tabata's hitting .385. Mr. McCutcheon on the phone. 1-2. And he held up. 2-2. Two runs are in. 2-run single by Chris Snyder, the big hit in the inning so far. Snyder's at third base. Mahalam at second. Delwyn Young at first. And Tabata to the left side. That's through, a base hit. Snyder's going to score. Stopping at third is Mahalam. It is 3-0. And Tabata has hit in 13 of his last 14 games.
And again, the Pirates are cashing in on these opportunities. McCutcheon gets hit, moves everybody up, and Tabata comes through with the ground ball in the hole. Boy, now we got a nice inning going. Got a 3 spot up on the board. One of those good crooked numbers. Now you're a base hit away from busting the game over.
And Leake lost control of that one.
Leake wants a new baseball.
Paul Mahalam, the runner, at third base. Delwyn Young at second. Jose Tabata over at first base. Base is full. 2 men out. 1 ball, no strikes to Neil Walker. Walker grounded out to the shortstop, Paul Janisch, who was playing him up the middle. Again, he hit one right over the bag last time, and Janisch took care of it. This one deep to right. It is off the wall. Mahalam scores. Delwyn Young coming in. Tabata right behind him. A 2-out bases clearing double for Neil Walker. How do you like that?
Well, that's a little bit more than the hit I was looking for, but well, we'll take it because it is definitely busted open now. Walker picking up 3 RBIs with 1 swing of the bat, trying to go inside on him and left it right down the middle.
That Clemente Wall suits him fine as a left-handed hitter. Only 3 runs in. Now Garrett Jones takes ball 1. Pirates have batted around. Jones led off the inning, grounding out to Brandon Phillips. Neil Walker, RBIs 27, 28, and 29. Jones up in the air to left. And Garrett Jones will have the distinction of making the first out in the last out of a single inning. But the Pirates put 6 up. And hopefully Andrew McCutchen is A-OK. Heading to the third, 6-0 Pirates. Lifted from the game, hit by a pitch in the back of the head by Mike Leake, so McCutchen has left the ball game. Pirates put 6 runs on the board in the bottom of the second inning, lead at 6-0. And coming up for the first time in the game is the catcher for the Reds, Ramon Hernandez. Top of the third. 6 runs on 5 hits in that inning for the Pirates. First pitch to Hernandez low. Ramon hitting .289, 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Ryan Hannigan started behind the plate last night. Hernandez there tonight. Strike 1.
Well, things are looking pretty good right now. Paul has had good success against the Reds this year. He's pitched excellent against him. Now he's got a 6-run cushion. This might turn out to be a rather easy game. Let's hope.
Walker plays the high hop and throws out Hernandez. One down in the top half of the third. There were a couple of big hits that inning. The double by Millage that got under the glove of Roland down at third base. And Mahalam's base hit.
Yeah, that's as big a hit as any of them. Keep the inning going.
Snyder, the 2-run single, and Tabata had an RBI single, and then the 3-run double by Neil Walker provide a little cushion. Now Mike Leake, he's a guy you can't fall asleep on when he's at the plate. He has a .366 average.
The highest average of any pitcher in the league, I believe.
15 out of 41. And he is hit by Mahalam. And Mahalam has been warned. The benches have been warned.
Well, that should put an end to it now. You know, and Paul does this the right way. He doesn't go head hunting. He probably was trying to maybe throw around his hip or so. Got in there, got him like it just glanced his thigh. I know the crowd liked it. They were booing until that moment.
Mike Leake wearing one down to first base. Back to the top of the order, Brandon Phillips. And he hits one high to right field. Delwyn Young going back toward the track. The catch in front of the scoreboard for the out. Mike Leake is a very impressive guy with what he's been able to do this year. We've talked a lot about it already, but in college he helped Arizona State win 3 straight Pac-10 titles. Put up some incredible numbers for the Sun Devils and was completely overshadowed by Steven Strasburg as far as college pitchers were concerned. Folks out west really knew who Leake was, but Strasburg got all the headlines because he was the projected #1 guy, and certainly Strasburg's pretty good. He's very good, and Leake is going to be very good as well. Giannis fouls this one off. 0-2 the count.
Well, the question now for Leake, is he's off to such a great start, is can he continue for 6 months? That'll be a challenge for him. Every 5 days for 6 months, that is something that every big league rookie pitcher that starts has to get used to. Even if he had pitched in the minor leagues for a full season, minor league season's only 5 months.
And Giannis down on strikes. And that's going to take care of that. 0 across for the Reds, and Paul Maholm pretty good so far. Across through the first 3 innings. Bottom of the third, 6-0 Pirates, and Pedro Alvarez takes a strike. Pedro walked and started the 6-run second inning.
That's right. Knew he was going to play a big part tonight. He walked and started the whole thing.
Just don't make Bob look bad.
6 runs because he walked.
He opened the floodgates.
That's what he did. Knew it was going to happen. Got the amigos in the stands. There they are.
Alvarez's amigos.
Pedro.
You see how he's got it spelled on his chest? P-E-D-R-O. I guess he couldn't fit it on one line. And Pedro down on strikes looking.
They've got a 6-run lead now. He's got to save it.
Look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders stat. About the rookies. Jaime Garcia, St. Louis 9. Mike Leake 7 wins. Now the East of the Mets. And Takahashi also of the Mets with 7. John Axford, he's a closer. To right field. And Bruce has it in his back pocket. Millage is down 2 away.
Now, wins for a closer aren't exactly a good stat.
No. But he's...
A lot of times to get a win, you got to mess up first.
But when you watch him pitch, in fact, with Axford, at least when he left here, he was 12 out of 12 in save opportunities. He hadn't blown it. But he came in relief a couple of times early in the season when Trevor Hoffman was still the closer. But he has been very, very impressive in the National League, John Axford. Vitaly Feliz in Texas also very impressive. Snyder, ground ball left side. Giannis will have a long throw, and he's got him in a quick inning. Mike Leake dealing only 7 pitches that inning. We'll head to the 4th. 6-0 Pirates. This day in Pirates history, August 3rd, 1986. Rick Russell recorded his 20th career shutout in a 3-0 win over the Cardinals at Three River Stadium. Johnny Ray had a pair of hits, including a double, an RBI, and a run score. Thanks to our friends at Day Automotive for this day in Pirates history. Along with Bob Walk, I'm Tim Neverett. Paul Mulholland starts the top of the 4th inning with a 6-0 lead. He'll face Miguel Cairo, Scott Rowland, and Johnny Gomes, the 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Reds. First pitch to Cairo. Here's a strike. Cairo walked his first time up. And 2 runs batted in last night. Way out front, up nothing into the count. Just joining us and asking why are they only in the top of the 4th? Well, an hour and 25-minute rain delay to start the game will do that to you. Weather moved through right around game time, a little bit after the scheduled start of the game. They saw it on the radar, and the pitchers did not go out to warm up, so held off starting the game. And Pirates, with the score the way it is, probably happy things are the way they are. 6-0. Jose Tabata in center field. Andrew McCutchen, second plate appearance in the second inning, was struck in the back of the head by a Mike Leake pitch and had to leave the ball game. We do not have an update yet from the Pirate clubhouse on him, but the outfield had to change around. Delwyn Young went to right field and Millage from right to left. Lastings, Millage dives and did not get it. That's a base hit for Cairo. Millage trapped it in left field, and Cairo aboard with a single.
That's a pretty good effort. Didn't trap it. I thought it was a trap, as you did.
Too.
Knocked it down.
One on and nobody out for Scott Rowland. Rowland hit into an around-the-horn inning-ending double play in the first. Nice play by Alvarez. It was a short hop. was hit down to him rather sharply. Roland takes ball one.
Difference in the game. There's the play by the 2 third baseman Alvarez. Nice play. Roland missing that chopper that was hit by Millage and that went for a double down the line. And that changes everything. Those 2 plays.
Here's a strike call. It's been the turning point. Chewing a lot of gum out there. 1-1 to Scott Rowland. Two balls and a strike. Paul has pitched fairly well here at PNC Park this season. He's got a shutout here. Complete game shutout against the Houston Astros a few Sundays ago. His best outing, a 3-hitter. Let's take a look at those turning points. Well, first,
1 out, 2 runners on. They handled that nice short hop. They got a double play. Real fine turn by Walker. That wasn't a very good throw. And then the other side of the coin, there's a chopper down the line. Rolling a swing and a miss on it. And they rolled to a stop out in the grass, and that went for a double. And after that, that's when the dam broke, and Pirates put up 6 runs.
Up in the air, shallow left. Millage wants it. That's a can of corn. 1 out. I haven't seen the Millage people here tonight, but if they were planning on sitting in right field, tough night. Now they got to move on over to left.
I think the Millage people are now Alvarez's amigos.
Amigos?
You think
so?
I think that's the old Millage people.
They've changed identities.
Well, Millage is over in right now. They've gone a different direction.
Johnny Gomes takes a strike. Now that's I don't know. That looks like your mustache upside down.
Well, hair on his chest there. How about the hair on his chest?
Hair by Sharpie. It's cartoon hair. Throw to first, and
I'll tell you,
Cairo wasn't even off the back.
It's a Daniel mustache.
Yeah, Ronnie's the only guy, perhaps in the history of the game, ever to paint on a mustache and then wipe it off during a game. That was during the mustache phase the Pirates had this year. And he's got a little problem growing facial hair, so. And he doesn't. Neither does Joe Carrigan. But when Cedeno couldn't get a mustache going, took some of the sun glare black and made one. Just drew it on there.
Sometimes you just have to improvise.
Watch out. That's right inside the Pirates dugout.
Right through the gate. Just missed everybody.
Good thing he can move. Yeah, good time to find a new spot. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good chance you won't get a foul ball down there in the tunnel. 1 out, 1 on for the Reds. Top of the 4th, 6-0 Pirates. 2 hits for Cincinnati. And Mulholland dealing to the left fielder, Johnny Gomes. Count is full 3-2. So Cairo is at first. Joey Votto not in there tonight. And nursing that right wrist. If the season were to end today, he'd have 2/3 of the Triple Crown. He leads the National League in batting average, leads the National League in home runs, and is right up there in the top 5 in runs batted in.
Like an MVP award if it ended today too. I mean, if you continue for another 2 months, you look good anyway. That's pretty impressive. When you play for a team that is up there at the top of the division, and you have 2/3 of a Triple Crown, you're going to get a ton of votes.
Very good player, Joey Votto. Here's Jay Bruce. 2 on and 1 out, and Bruce takes outside for a ball. Bruce flied out to left field when Tabata was there. Top half of the 2nd inning. Wave and a miss for a strike, 1-1. One ball and 1 strike now to Jay Bruce. Mulholland checks second twice. Now comes home. What are you thinking about Jay Bruce? You look at a big left-handed hitter at the plate. How about the Nationals today? Now that we're past the non-waiver trading period, Nationals putting their big slugger Adam Dunn on waivers today.
Well, everybody in the league at some point is going to be put on waivers in the next week or so.
Interesting to see who puts a claim on him. Down to Garrett Jones. He'll go to Cedeno for 1. They'll take that one. Cairo down to 3rd safely. And Bruce doesn't know that he's safe. He started to walk toward the dugout. But watch the play here in the action at second base. Slide by Gomes. Right after.
The thing that got Ronnie in trouble there a little bit was that hesitation by Garrett Jones. He couldn't get the ball out of his glove right away, and that allowed Gomes to get all over Cedeno. Gave him another couple of strides down the baseline.
2 men out, runners at the corners for Chris Heisey. He lined out to left his first time on. And he had the inside the park home run here last night.
Now, there'll be a ton of folks put on waivers to see who clears, who doesn't. And when somebody does clear, the trade can still be made.
Well, you know that there's got to be some interest from some National League ball clubs. Get the first dibs on them, National League teams, and we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a number of things that can happen if a team claims them. They can work out a trade. That's one of the things. But just because there's a trading deadline, it's specifically the non-waiver period trading deadline, doesn't mean trades can't occur after July 31st. They will. 2-1 to Heisey. Nine pitches in the second, 9 in the third. Different story here in the fourth.
He's still not in bad shape, though. At this last out here in the next couple of pitches.
And strike 2.
You're talking 4 innings. You know, let's say 56 pitches, something like that. That's not bad at all. Well, it can't be 56. 57.
Well, we invite you to visit the Pirates.com shop. Authentic merchandise, all your Pirates gear available for you online at Pirates.com. Might get a hat like that or even a game jersey like that.
I got everything. They have phones.
I think they were going on Pirates.com as we speak. 2-2. This one lifted to shallow right field. That's going to drop into no man's land for a hit. Reds are going to get 1 out of this as Cairo comes in to score. Ball hit into the Bermuda Triangle. And an RBI for Heisey. It's now 6-1.
Well, this is one of those situations where luck plays such a big part. You make a good pitch, run it in on somebody, and then you just a little parachute drop right down the line. Looks like Walker kind of gets stuck in the wet grass. He's going to slide into that ball and grab it. Started to slide and came to a stop. Put his hand out there to pick it up. But really, Young is the guy that should be picking that up anyway, because he's got momentum going toward the plate, just in case a throw might be necessary.
Hernandez grounded out to Walker at second base in the third. 0 for 1. Well, in the second inning, Andrew McCutchen. We take a look at our Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine Injury Update. McCutchen being by Mike Leake. He left the game with a contusion of the back of his neck. That's where the ball struck him. Preliminary x-rays came back normal. He does not present any concussion-like symptoms. The pitch struck him primarily on the neck muscles. And right now, the Pirates are saying he is day-to-day and will likely be pretty sore tomorrow. So, good news, negative x-rays and also no concussion-like symptoms for Andrew McCutchen. 1-0 pitch. There is a strike called to Hernandez. 1-1. When that ball comes at you up at the head, though, Bob, that's just alarming enough. And I guess at one point you're thinking, I hope it hits me in the helmet. In McCutchen's case, it hit him in the neck. One hopper to Cedeno, goes the short way, gets the out. 1 run comes in, 2 hits. Pirates leading after 3.5, 6-1. Mike Leake on the hill for Cincinnati. Bottom of the fourth, 6-1. Pirates with the lead. Ronnie Cedeno takes a strike along with Bob Walk, Tim Neverett. It's turned out to be a little bit muggy but nice night after rains whipped through the area. To center field, he got it pretty well, and a great running catch by Heisey. The ball just kept on carrying off the bat of Ronnie Cedeno, and Heisey stayed with it.
And that was a case there of a lot of good backspin on the ball, which really makes it carry. And it just kept sailing. It's like one of those iron shots out on the golf course that just kind of take off, have that good spin.
Well, Holland to the right side, and Phillips will throw him out. 1 for 2 now for Mulholland. 2 outs.
Watch center fielder
Has to hesitate just for a moment because he's not real sure, but will have enough speed to close in on that ball. Mechanicsburg.
Mechanicsburg, PA. Hometown of Greg Brown. Did he mention that last night? That Heisey was from his hometown?
I was with you.
We were over in the other booth. Guessing you mentioned it once or twice. Nothing in one to count. Elwin Young's first at bat. He's taking over for Andrew McCutcheon. He's behind 0-2. Two down, nobody on. Young slaps this one foul and out of play. Count will stay 0-2.
Oh, and McCutcheon hurt his shoulder last homestand and had to miss a few games. Young got some playing time out in right field and just hit the heck out of the ball. Really was able to pick up the slack on offense anyway.
0-2 pitch. Strike three call. Second time in a row the Bucks have gone down in order. Third time in the game, wrapped around a 6-run second inning.
On FSN Pittsburgh is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day.
Good shot of downtown Pittsburgh. And here is Mike Leake, the pitcher for the Reds, who will lead off this inning. Time for AT&T trivia question. Brought to you by AT&T Mobility. Rethink possible. Prior to Mike Leake, who was the last Reds pitcher to begin his career 5-0? Reds pitcher to begin his career 5-0. That's a pretty good question.
I'm trying to think. I can't remember the first name. Something Simpson. He was like 15-1 or something, so there's a good chance he could be 5-0. Can't remember his first name.
Well, one of us does.
Do you remember his first name?
I do.
What was his first name?
Wayne.
Wayne Simpson. That's going to be my guess, Wayne Simpson.
Okay.
I think I'm right.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He's down on strikes, but the ball in the dirt. So the throw down by Snyder. Strike out 2-3 goes the put out. One away in the top half of the fifth.
For those at home trying to guess along, don't guess Wayne Simpson. I've just been told I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Which gives me a chance.
I did think it was a good guess.
Yeah, he was like, I can't remember what his record was ridiculous, like
13-1.
13-1.
1970.
So there's a good chance he was 5-0, but I'm wrong. 5-0. Who else could it be? 5-0.
I mean, they've had some pretty good pitchers in Cincinnati.
Talking to rookie pitcher. About Johnny Cueto.
That's a guess.
It's a guess, yes. But
I think you got to go back a
might
little
be
further,
wrong.
don't you?
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I'm guessing. I mean, I'm thinking
I think you know the answer. You're playing with me.
0-1 pitch, and that is a breaking ball. It missed 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, don't get fooled on the rookie part.
Oh, I thought it said rookie.
Red's career started the way it was.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
There is a ground ball to second. And Phillips is thrown out by Walker, 2 away.
It was number 41 that did it go to USC?
They get a Tom Seaver.
No.
He did not go to USC. But he did have a number in the 40s.
40s.
He did have a number in the 40s, though, Bob. Paul Giannis, the shortstop.
Started his Red career, which is a hint that he came from somewhere else.
The wheels are turning in the head of Bob Waugh. Strike 1 is called, 1-1.
Kent Tekulve.
Kent Tekulve. He didn't go to USC.
No. He didn't go to USC. He went to, what was it, Marion or something like that? Where'd he go?
Teak was a good high school basketball player. I'm trying to remember who he told me he played against. Dave Cowens. He told me that story. Garrett Jones will be able to haul this one in. And Paul Mahalo makes quick work of the Reds in the top half of the 5th. 6-1 Pirates. Bottom of the 5th inning for the Pirates, who lead it 6-1. Facing Mike Leake. A little chopper down the third base side. Leake's going to have to make a heck of a play. He throws it away, and Tabata will head for second. And he's heading for third. Here comes the throw, and he's going to be in. A base hit for Jose Tabata, and then 2 bases on the error by Mike Leake.
Yeah, we got to get that run back. Runner at third, nobody out. No better way to do it than that.
Luke just trying to get the ball in the neighborhood.
Yep.
I think think Phillips was a little surprised that Tabata kept going. Jose turned it on and got to third. Walker fouls this one.
Certainly wasn't any hesitation at all. He just trucking right on around second base.
The Pirates threatening with nobody out in the bottom half of the fifth.
Tough game for Leake.
Well, for Leake tonight, he's had 3 1-2-3 innings. And in the second inning, 10 men came to the plate, 6 runs came in. And this is how the fifth starts.
Oh, look at that throw, how far off the line that was. You can see Tony Beasley over there at third, waving him in the whole way. Up by 5 runs, you take a few chances out on the bases.
Bees is a good singer.
Is he?
He is a very good singer. Ever hear him sing the Peanut Butter Jelly song?
I have.
Very good stuff.
I'm not sure that makes him a good singer.
Neil Walker has driven in his 4th run of the ball game. Walker with a base hit. Tabata scores. It is 7-1.
He likes his steaks. Prefers ribeyes. Nothing cheap about that. He centers it up nicely. Sent it right back where it came from.
Well, Neil Walker is proving that he can hit at the major league level. Career high, 4 runs batted in. Neil 2 for 3. It's his average over 300. Tabata also 2 for 3, and he scored twice. Garrett Jones is looking for the power swing. He's behind 0-2. Jones is 0 for 2, and it's the tough kind of 0 for 2. He made the first out and the last out of the second inning. One and two. But going back to that play that Leake made, as a pitcher coming off the mound to field the ball, you know you got a guy who can run. And is there just the thinking that I just have to grab it and try to throw it in that general direction? Giannis to second for 1, and it's not going to be a double play.
Well, I think in this situation, Leake has no choice because of what the score is. You have to try and make special plays on defense.
Well, we asked you a trivia question last half inning from AT&T Mobility. AT&T, rethink possible. Prior to Mike Leake, who was the last Reds pitcher? Started his Reds career 5-0. Tim Layana, 1990. 5-0, then he went to 5-5. Pedro fouls this one down the right side. Layana, unfortunately, was killed at a young age. It was a tragic story. Died in an automobile accident. He was 35 years old in 1999. He was part of the 90 World Series Reds team. But Pirates with a 6-run lead now, bottom of the fifth. Tabata with 2 hits and 3 trips. Walker with 2 hits and 3 trips. And Neal with a career high 4 runs batted in. 1-1. And Alvarez to the right side. Phillips on to second for 1. And that is a double play. Pirates add another one on 2 hits. Heading to the 6th. 7-1 Bucks. Time to sit back, relax, and get in the Haynes. Pretty comfortable tonight with that ice cream. Warm and somewhat muggy night downtown. Haynes Comfort Zone brought to you by Haynes. Look great, feel great in a laid flat collar undershirt.
Get away from that bacon collar. You ever seen that? Oh, wavy and everything underneath your sports shirt. It's just, the Haynes collar is nice and smooth. You don't get that look.
Miguel Cairo to left center field. Hastings Millard tracks it down.
The no bacon look. That's what I like about those Haynes shirts.
I know you like them.
They're the best.
Paul Maholm getting set to face Scott Rowland for the third time. Rowland 0 for 2. Get into a double play and fly it out to left. To the left side, and that is going to be into left field for a base hit. Rowland sneaks one through, and he's aboard with one out. Alvarez tried to glove it. Went off his glove. I didn't think it was that close when I saw it at first.
Maholm still doing a good job with the pitch count. It's just at 72 right now. A good pace here to go at least 7 innings tonight.
Strike one to Gomes.
And that may become an important thing for the starters. We'll see how things play out in that bullpen, but for the first 4 months of the season, you had Meek to hand the ball to in the 7th, and he was pretty much automatic. He was going to get the ball to Hanrahan in the 8th and Dotel in the 9th. Well, now things have changed in that 7th inning, and it might be a little while before they get it sorted out of who's going to be that 7th inning guy if the pitcher just goes 6th starter.
You see Justin Thomas sitting there. Will Ledesma was in the picture before. There's a line drive to left field, bouncing in front of Millage for a base hit for Johnny Gomes. Back-to-back singles by the Reds in the 6th. Our PNC achievement, Joel Hanrahan. He leads the staff with 65 strikeouts. He's got at least one strikeout in 11 of his last 13 games. Just 3 earned runs allowed in his last 22 2/3 innings pitched. PNC for the achiever in us all. Hanrahan last night came on, struck out the first 2 men he saw looking, then got victimized by the Heisey inside the park home run. That looked like a harmless line drive over the shortstop's head. Ended up rolling all the way to the deep corner, 410 feet away in left center field. Heisey ran around the bases, and that was the first run Hanrahan had given up since the All-Star break. Bruce 0 for 2. Line to left, reached on a fielder's choice. Breaking ball outside, 2-1 to Bruce. Bruce hitting .257 currently. Time is called. Snyder goes to talk to Maholm. Well, on Thursday, August 5th, when the Rockies come to town, fans are invited to come out to Federal Street starting at 5 o'clock until game time and donate new and used equipment. Right back to Maholm. He'll go to second for 1 and too late at first base. They get the man in the middle. But fans are encouraged to donate new and used baseball equipment that will benefit the Pittsburgh RBI program, which is under the auspices of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Western Pennsylvania. RBI program, very important program to the Pirates. Pirates very much involved in that, returning baseball to the inner cities. So make sure you bring some new or used equipment with you on Thursday coming out to the ballpark. And on Federal Street, there'll be a place for you to drop it off. To right field. That's going to get another run in as Roland comes in to score an RBI single. So Heisey with another run batted in.
They're trying to chip away. Still a 5-run lead.
Ramon Hernandez 0 for 2, pair of groundouts. One to second, one to short. First and second, 2 men out. Hernandez takes a big cut, fouls it off. 7-2 Pirates here in the 6th.
Action in that red bullpen. Looks like they're going to pinch hit for Leake if he gets up.
Jordan Smith, right-hander. And a line drive to left center field. There'll be no play at the plate, and scoring is Bruce. And the Reds add another one. It's 7-3.
A smart move by Millage there. He kind of caught himself. At first, it looked like he was going to try and make that long throw to the plate, but all he would have done is give everybody else another 90 feet. Wasn't going to throw anybody out at the plate. So he catches himself right there, and then thought better of it. Keep the guys at first and second. Don't let them go second and third. No chance at the plate. Smart play by Lasting.
Hernandez gets his first base hit. RBI number 30 for him. You see the phone call has been made, and should be some action momentarily. Like Evan Meek stirring around a little bit. Joe Kerrigan killing some time on the hill. 4 hits in the inning. 2 runs have come in. Hits by Roland, Gomes, Heisey for an RBI, and Hernandez for an RBI. Bench coach Gary Varsho giving some instruction to the defense. Positioning Jose Tabata in center. You know, it was neat. One thing we saw when the Padres were here, when Tony Gwynn Jr. came off the bench, he had a card that he would take out of his pocket. So they would tell him what they wanted in the dugout with a signal. He'd look at the card and know where to play each batter.
Kind of like those things that the quarterbacks wear.
That might be that might be the next fad, Bob. You can be at the cutting edge of it.
No, that's a fad that I don't want to be on the cutting edge of.
You could claim to have invented it. Juan Francisco just called up from AAA Louisville today.
What are you trying to say here, Tom? That I claim inventions?
Yeah, you do actually. We have these today. You claim to, was it the internet you invented or something? No, you wanted to know about that today. We were talking earlier. Skied to left, and Millage lines it up. Francisco is out. 2 runs in for the Reds. 7-3 Pirates.
It's the Coors Light 6th inning. Time to check out tonight's Coors Light Freeze Can. This was a huge play. Millage bounces this ball just by Roland. Look at that. Goes right underneath his glove. Maybe got a soft spot in the infield. But if he catches that, one out for sure, maybe even a double play. Huge play. That's tonight's Freeze Can, brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Paul Maholm gets through 6, has a 4-run lead, 7-3. And a new pitcher is on for Cincinnati. Big right-hander Jordan Smith comes on to replace Mike Leake. The Leake is done. And here is Smith, 6'4" and 220, 24 years of age, out of the state of Utah. Born in American Fork and lives in Pleasant Grove.
Well, right now, the Reds, they took a pretty big hit early in the ball game, got knocked down, and right about now they're thinking, okay, we got something going. We're back up off the canvas. Well, you can get him right back down now. If we answer even just one run, that really takes a little bit of air out of the Reds right now. Because they're feeling pretty good about themselves, able to get that 3 runs up there.
Good looking fastball, 90 miles an hour. Nothing in 1 to Millage. Millage had a double in the 2nd inning, scored a run. He's lined out to right. 1 for 2. Oh, good hit. That's down the left field side. And Lastings Millage into the long single to lead off the Pirate half of the 6th.
It's so important to add on when you get that big lead. It can really, I want to say devastate, but that's probably a little too strong of a word. The other team, their psyche, as they're trying to make a comeback, if every time they do something, you answer and don't let them get any closer. At one point in the game, a couple innings left, they're just going to throw in the towel and wait till tomorrow. That's why you have to keep adding on. We talk about it a lot, that teams that get out to a lead and don't add on, probably about half the time they end up having to face the tying run at the plate at some point toward the end of the game.
Chris Snyder had a big hit. He's 1 for 2.
His first Pirate RBI.
Snyder's got a wide stance. Front foot just slightly open, and he uses almost the whole batter's box.
Big man. Big man. 6'4", about 230.
Snyder got that one to drop for him in left field. Millage would come in. 1 of the 2 runs to score. Bottom of the 6th, 7-3 Pirates. Nobody out, and Millage the runner aboard. There goes Millage, but pitch is fouled off.
Playing a little hit and run there, looked like.
Well, a huge hole on the right side. I mean, Brandon Phillips is playing almost on second base. And with Millage being held on by Cairo, there's an enormous hole in the right side for the right-handed hitting Snyder. Evan Meek is up, starting to get loose.
Very interesting to see how JR uses that bullpen now that it's changed around with the new people. Will Meek pitch 2 innings tonight. 7th inning.
2-2 to Snyder. Well, that was the case with Evan Meek 2 games back on Friday in St. Louis. Karstens went 6 and Meek went 2. Didn't give up a hit or a run. He walked 1. Now Snyder trying to add to the offense. Pirates bats waking up tonight. There's Joel Hanrahan. And this one is foul.
Nice play.
Wow. Just a routine one hopper. Way to go.
That ball was hit very hard. This is a rocket. Oh, a top spin.
Oh, yeah. Kept her feet moving.
Look how quick that ball got out there.
Right in front of the ball. Good job. Is the parrot not everywhere? Is there more than one parrot? He's everywhere. Smile. Snyder a swing and a miss, and he is down on strikes.
What is that machine that the parrot has strapped on?
He's going to shoot.
Is that a T-shirt shooter?
Yeah, I think that's what they shoot. Those guns.
That's quite a. Look at all the dials and knobs on the back.
Kind of looks like Mr. Freeze. Remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze in the Batman movie? Ball one to Ronnie Cedeno. One ball and no strikes. And Cedeno waits. Smith throws to first. Millage back safely. I mean, the apparatus that he's got, I mean, you can't just go down to the whatever that is store and buy that. Where do you get stuff like that?
There's a catalog. It's a mascot catalog. All the mascots have them. You can either order through the catalog or go online.
Really?
www.furrycreature.com, and you can pick one of those up.
Have you seen this month's edition?
Yeah. In fact, it's funny you say that. I believe the parrot is on the cover this month.
Do you keep it right next to your umpire's manual?
Yeah, that's where it's at.
2-1 to Cedeno. Just a little background on that. The umpires have a manual, and the way that some things read are a little different than how they are in the rule book, even though eventually they'll come to the right decision. You hope. Although it doesn't always happen that way. Should I bring that up?
No. Turn a page. Literally.
Cedeno gets to first. The infield fly rule will be in effect, Bob. Two balls and a strike to Ronnie. Jordan Smith pitched at Community College of Southern Nevada. That's the same school that Bryce Harper, this year's #1 pick, went to. Rolling, backhands it that time, goes to second for one, leaping throw, not in time. Cedeno is safe. Millage out on the force play at second base. Millage got it on the head.
Well, if that was a conventional second baseman out there, they would have probably got a double play out of it. Took a lot of time to jump in the air like that, come down, and that meant they lost a double play opportunity. Mazeroski would have turned that one in a second.
Looking forward to seeing Maz's statue. I understand it's getting close to being completed. It'll be unveiled September 5th, the end of Mazeroski Way in the cul-de-sac, overlooking the Allegheny River.
Yeah, Maz was never one to shy away from contact.
There's the 1-0 pitch to Mahanam, and he lifts it up in the air foul. And that is out of play. In fact, on September 5th, right here on FSN, there'll be a special on Maz and the dedication of the statue.
You know, here's definitely a difference, I believe. If it was pre-Dotel trade, then I don't think Mahomes hitting right now. You're probably going to use a pinch hitter and go to Meek for the 7th inning. But they're going to try and get one more inning out of Paul.
And Cedeno goes. Delayed steal, and he is thrown out. And he was caught stealing, and that does it. So the Pirates are done in the 6th. We'll head to the 7th next. Fans pretty happy from what they've seen so far from Paul Maholm and the Bucks. A 7-3 lead as we start the top half of the 7th inning. Brandon Phillips lines one to the gap in left center. It's down and past Tabata into the wall. Phillips is going to stop at second with a leadoff double.
Tabata kind of giving ground on that a little bit.
Second hit of the night for Phillips. His 28th double.
Now watch Tabata. Does he have a chance? No, guess not. I thought maybe if he would have taken a more direct angle, he might be able to get there when it was in the air. But watching the replay, doubt it. I was just wondering about how good is he running right now. We saw him earlier after he went from first to third on that overthrow, talking with the trainers a little bit, stretching his leg, and occasionally he has trouble with cramps. And this is a night that if you have trouble with cramps, you're going to get them tonight. Very humid. Easy to get dehydrated.
Tyler in center field. McCutchen in the second inning. Hit by a pitch from Mike Leake. Got it in the back of the neck. And left the ball game. He's had x-rays. They are negative and has not presented any concussion-like symptoms. Strike is called to Paul Janisch. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Red shortstop. Cincinnati starts the night 60-47, first place in the Central, a half a game in front of St. Louis. Cardinals are trailing Houston in the 7th, 10-4. To left field and a base hit. Phillips will be stopped at third base. And down to second, no throw. So a base hit for Janisch. He goes to second on the throw. And Millage, without hitting the cutoff man, allowed the runner to get to second.
You know, what's more surprising to me than the throw is that he got a nice hand for making that throw. I'm sorry, but that is a bad play. You have to throw the ball to second base, keep the double play in order. You have a big lead. That was not a smart throw by Lastings.
And it chases Paul Maholm, perhaps earlier than he might have been chased. Now he's got 2 men in scoring position instead of 1. From the top of the 7th, nobody out. And our Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen has been made. Paul Maholm leaves with a 4-run lead. Good night for Paul. New pitcher coming on for the Pirates when we come back. It's a 7-3 lead for the Pirates, 6+ for Paul Maholm. Andrew McCutchen left the game in the second after being hit in the back of the neck by a Mike Leake pitch. Neil Walker, a career-high 4 runs batted in. He's 2 for 3. Jose Tabata also 2 for 3 tonight. For the Reds now with runners at second and third, and Super Meek will save the game.
I like it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Super Meek?
Fine. Super Meek.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue pretty well. Super Meek. Super Meek. Super Meek. I like it.
I didn't hear you. You want to do that again?
Super Meek. It's kind of like how Beasley sings.
No. See, Beasley sings much better than that.
Okay, here's Super Meek.
And he gets Miguel Cairo to foul the first pitch off. So Meek inherits 2 runners here. His job, try to limit this damage with 2 men in scoring position and nobody out.
I like that better than Super Meek. Meek inherits. I got it.
You got it?
Tried to slip that one by us.
Got caught. 0-1. It's just such a natural, though, for a pitcher named Meek. Meek inherits
the runners.
Not the earth, but 2 runners. Nothing meek about the way he pitches. 2010 All-Star. Facing Miguel Cairo in the 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. 95 on the gun.
He gets a lot of strikeouts. We can start calling him Mike.
Meek with a capital K.
Yeah. This is how nicknames come about. Just talking it over, throwing some stuff out there. Something sticks every now and then.
2 ball, 1 strike pitch to the right side. And Jones will toss to Meek covering. Bang, bang play at first. They take the out. Phillips scores. And the Reds now with another run. 7-4 the score. That run charged to Paul Mahone.
That's a very effective out. Not only does it get the run home, but moves the runner over to third base with just one out.
I don't know what Miguel Cairo was yelling when he came out of the box. He was looking down to third, I guess. Checking to see if Brandon Phillips was on his way home. He was hitting and coaching third at the same time. Scott Rowland with one out and a chance to get another runner in. Giannis at third. You see Cairo.
And right there is when he starts running hard. You saw him put his head down just about the time he got to the 45-foot mark. He was trying to see what was going on to the left side of the infield before that.
Well, he got an RBI. That's his 22nd. .286 with runners in scoring position. And Rowland wants time. Close on the inside. Called the ball. Evan Meek with one out and a runner at third base. Find a way to get out of the inning. And that's one way. Put it past Scott Rowland.
We need a strikeout right now. We don't want Rowland getting this ball put in play.
Scott Rowland, 5-time National League All-Star. Long-time Philly. Played for the Cardinals for a while and a couple of seasons with Toronto before landing in Cincinnati. Stays alive, fouling off the 2-2 pitch.
I think he'll chase that high cutter again. Same pitch that he swung and missed for the second strike.
Meek ready to go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rowland swings right into the glove of Pedro Alvarez. He'll throw him out, and that'll hold Giannis at third. That was a bullet hit down to third.
Yeah, it actually was good for the Pirates. If this ball is not hit hard, it's just a routine ground ball, they get a run out of it, but it was hit hard.
That's the second bullet Pedro has fielded off the bat of Rowland tonight. He started a 5-4-3 around the horn inning-ending double play in the first inning with a ball that was similar to that one. Now 2 men out. Johnny Gomes got a base hit in the 6th. He was erased. Force play, trying to go to second base. He's walked and grounded out. Mixed bag tonight for Johnny Gomes. Let's take strike one. One and one to Gomes. Cincinnati enjoyed their spring training this year. They're first away from Florida. Out of the Phoenix area. Got a brand new complex there after they left Sarasota. And everybody talked to with the Reds organization who were sad to leave Florida. So, we like it there now. Everything's just brand new for them. They had the red carpet rolled out for them. The Orioles have come into Cincinnati's old home in Sarasota and taken that over.
Well, the facility wasn't much, but Sarasota is an awesome town, that's for sure. Right there on the beautiful coast. I'm sure some of the Reds people miss that.
1-2. Fouled off. Yeah, plus it's only about, 6 miles from McKechnie Field in Bradenton, so.
It's a long trip in Arizona.
Yeah. Well, now it is that nobody's in Tucson anymore.
Yeah, everybody is all clustered. There are no long road trips.
The Orioles are going to fix up at Smith Stadium in the Sarasota complex. They got the city to pour a lot of money into it. Swing and a miss, and Meek gets him out. So the damage limited to just 1 run. And another runner left at third base. It is stretch time, middle of the 7th at PNC Park. Evan Meek striking out Johnny Gomes. This is the second career plate appearance for Evan Meek. I think that answers the question as to whether or not he's going to pitch 1 or 2 innings.
Well, this is the result, really, of what happens when you try and steal a base with the pitcher up in 2 outs. You get thrown out. Now Meek has to stay out there and hit. If Cedeno didn't get thrown out, then Mulholland would have got through his at bat, and then Young would be leading off right now.
Meek. Oh, that's a base hit. Yep, stop right there. Hey. Get him the ball. That's his first big league hit right there. Evan Meek. He'll remember that. His first plate appearance was an absolutely picture-perfect sacrifice.
Yeah, he's batting 1,000, got the beautiful sacrifice down, and now hits the ground ball, gets the ball put in play, and it's right over the bag. 1 for the mental.
Look at that swing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I'm sure he went up there thinking, get the ball in a certain location. We're going to inside out it right down the first baseline. And there's Bones, Scott Bonnet, the equipment man. He's got the ball for Evan Meek. Pirates had a first the other day in St. Louis on Sunday when rookie shortstop Argenis Diaz got his first major league hit. Now the next question is, does Evan remember what to do on the bases?
Just turn left. It's like NASCAR.
strike, 1-2. Oh, good for Evan Meek. That's nice to see. It's a season of firsts for Evan Meek, really. First time at the plate in the major leagues. In professional baseball, he told me. He did in the minors, he never hit.
Might be the only hit he ever gets. Especially if he becomes a closer, which probably is in his future at some point in his career. Those guys don't hit. No, the opportunities aren't going to be there very often.
He's got a batting average of 1,000. Popped up, and that will make the seats. There you go. Take one down, pass it around. Yep, Super Meek. He does it all. And Young down on strikes, chased that pitch. Young is out. Second time he has struck out. Let's check out our easytouse.com minor league connection. AAA newly acquired outfielder John Bowker, 3 for 4, 2 doubles and a run batted in. Indians beat the Tides 5-3. Andrew Lambeau, highly talented outfield prospect, is 21 years of age, 0 for 3, 2-2. Altoona and Akron. And Bradenton heating up on Daytona tonight. Austin McClune, 4 out of 6. Now Jose Tabata with 1 out and a man aboard. 2 for 3 tonight for Jose. Had an RBI single and a run scored in the second inning. And he bangs one down to the shortstop Giannis. And Meek got back to the bag.
You're not gonna double off an experienced base runner like Evan Meek.
There's no fooling him.
He knows what he's doing out there. Freeze on the line drive. Super Meek. Super Meek, get back.
Routine.
That's like watching like Pete Rose run or something.
Really?
Yeah, somebody that's just a real good, solid base runner. Hard-nosed.
Well, if he slides into third head first, I might agree with you.
Oh, he might do that.
Neil Walker's had himself a night, 2 for 3, a 3-run double back in the second inning, and an RBI single in the fifth.
You got to give Meekster the Super Meek the green light here, right? Now hold him on.
They're not showing him any respect.
No,
by not holding him on.
None. That's Super Meek down there. You got to hold him on. He could take second easily if he was inclined to do so.
Let's not get carried away. And he's had a good night so far.
Super Meek better be careful with the secondary lead.
He could get picked off.
Yes.
Cairo could sneak in behind him.
It looked to me like Hernandez took a little peek down that way after he caught that last pitch.
1-2. And Walker to the right side. That's into right field, a base hit. And Evan Meek stops at second base. Neil Walker, a 3-hit night. Ball took a funny curve on Brandon Phillips.
Well, there it is. His night. Top the ball, simple grounder. But, it eludes everybody. You know, I think Super Meek, you have to give him some credit there. I think he distracted him. Didn't it look like it, the way he stopped?
I really didn't notice.
Kind of blinded him. They couldn't see the ball, and then he went by him.
Reds making a pitching change. Our Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen has been made. Espendento. Well, it's the local guy, the pride of Pine Ridgeland High School, supplying him tonight. A bases clearing double back in the second inning. An RBI single in the fifth. Banged it up the middle. And Neil Walker gets another base hit here in the seventh inning. Chasing Jordan Smith. And Neil Walker, career high tonight with 4 runs batted in. He's got 3 hits. Good night for the Pirates second baseman. Now Bill Bray has come on, and there is Evan Meek at second base after his first professional hit. Garrett Jones pops it up. And Brandon Phillips will make the catch, and that does it. Quick work for the reliever Bill Bray, but Evan Meek got his first major league hit. .35. It's Kids Day at the ballpark starting at 11 o'clock. The Family Fun Zone outside on Federal Street. Kids run the bases post-game thanks to HK Pretzels, and all kids 14 and under get a replica batting helmet courtesy of Trib Total Media. To get tickets, visit pirates.com. You know what's cool about those helmets, too? They come with gold numbers. A sheet of numbers, and you can put whatever numbers you want on there. A really neat thing. Evan Meek starting his second inning of work. He's been busy since coming in to replace Paul Maholm.
He's a super Meek. Super Meeky.
Yep. It's all right with me.
Well, we wondered about the 7th and 8th, and Nick's going to try and take care of both of them.
He will face Jay Bruce. To start things off here, Bruce, the right fielder. Hit into a fielder's choice twice, scored a run, and he's also flied out to left. Shattered his bat. The bat went in fair territory. The ball didn't. Neal will go get what's left of it.
A little firewood for the winter.
Not much left of that handle. Sawed right off.
Probably some good hard maple. Burned nice and slow in the wood stove, wouldn't it?
See what he's got on the bat there for a label. Check it out. A company in Brookville makes real nice maple bats.
I think that's a Louisville Slugger.
That'd be white ash then, wouldn't it?
Louisville makes a.
They make a maple now?
They make some maples, yeah.
Yeah, that is. That's a Louisville Slugger. I imagine there's a few of those around. Cincinnati's AAA team is in Louisville. Maybe a few spare bats laying around. Nobody out. Top of the 8th. And the 1-2 from Meek. And fooled and fouled it off. Well, assuming Evan has a good inning here, I'm sure the questions after the game will center more about not what he did on the mound, but what he did at the plate. And he strikes out Bruce. Let's take a look now at tonight's Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. This is from last night. Chris Heisey. Line drive to short, gets past McCutchen and into the notch. And slowly rolling into the notch. And quickly running was Heisey. For his 7th home run of the year. Just the 2nd inside the park ever. Hit here at PNC. That's the Cold Hard Blast. Brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Snyder did a nice job there trying to put up a roadblock. Ball just didn't get to him in time. But he was right in the middle of the road. Heisey had to run around him.
Heisey just peeked down to third.
He's looking where.
That's why.
Where Alvarez was. Alvarez was playing back.
One ball and 1 strike to Heisey. Heisey's had a good night. 2 for 3. Pair of runs batted in. Did we mention he's from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania?
Yep. A lot of mechanics out of there.
1 out, nobody on, and Meek delivering 1-1. 2-1. Well, Heisey made his major league debut right here at PNC Park earlier in the season. First time the Reds were in. Had himself a big night that night. And he has been playing for the big league club ever since. Look at the Reds. They've got a lot of youth, but mostly in the pitching department. They've got some veteran players around the infield and outfield for the most part, but the pitchers are quite young. Last night, Travis Wood, 23. Mike Leake tonight, 22. Homer Bailey's not very old, obviously. He's in his early 20s. Johnny Cueto, still young. Edinson Volquez. Dusty Baker and his paperwork in the dugout. Full count now to Chris Heisey. Payoff line foul down the right side.
Wasn't all that long ago. Probably 15, 20 years. The only paperwork in the dugout was in the back pocket of the manager. That was it. He'd pull out he'd pull out that lineup card that you see sitting there underneath the 2 pins, and that was about it.
And that's pretty modest compared to what some other managers
yeah,
have.
that's really not all that much. There's when the Cardinals come in here, it looks like they're getting ready to put up a building down there, and they got all the
they've got the Encyclopedia Britannica,
all the blueprints laid out everywhere. More paperwork.
Joe Kerrigan on the other side. He's got a lot of paperwork. They know all the stats and the trends and different things. Ball 4. And Heisey draws a 1-out walk. You look around the division tonight, Bob, and talking about St. Louis. They're being beaten by 10 runs by the Houston Astros at home tonight. They're in the top of the 8th inning, 14-4. Houston with the lead. Chicago and Milwaukee playing at Wrigley Field. They're in the top of the 8th, and it is 4-2 Milwaukee. Milwaukee put up some runs last night, double digits on the Cubs. There's a strike call to Ramon Hernandez. And the Brewers were good for an 18-1 win last night. Tonight it's Houston's turn to put up double digits. They've got 14 on the Cardinals. 7-4 here, Pirates, top of the 8th, and the pitch. Hernandez lines it hard and a long way foul.
Down the tunnel.
Lance Nix out on deck. Left-handed bat.
That's a pretty good pinch hitter.
Nothing into the count. One man is out. Evan Meek ready to go. Now the pitch. Up and in, 1-2. Tomorrow is a day game, 12:35, a matinee. If you're home tonight watching us, good way to get out of work tomorrow. Have a meeting here at the ballpark. Bring your client here. Or if your kids are off from school, good day to come down, middle of the day. Look at the Toyota Road Ahead, brought to you by your Western Pennsylvania Toyota dealers. Toyota moving forward. Tomorrow on the air on FSN at noon.
Going to be a rocky road ahead.
That's right. 4 days against the Rockies. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then a day game on Sunday. Everything right here on FSN, bringing the game to you. 1-2 on the Reds catcher, Ramon Hernandez. Easy the lead from first. Breaking ball just missed off the inside part of the plate.
Not by a whole lot. That one looked pretty good. See the edge of the plate in there. Close.
Again, that
real
shot
close.
is not dead center.
Yeah, it was actually even closer than that if you're looking straight over the top of the pitcher's head. But when you're off to the side, anything that misses to the right looks further to the right than it actually is.
And that one missed high. And the count is full at 3-2. Evan Meek getting set to throw the 35th pitch of his outing. Izzy expecting to run here. He doesn't. Swung on, line to right field. Going back is Delwyn Young. He makes the catch. And heading back to first is Izzy. 2 men out.
Nice job by Delwyn. Ball was hit pretty good.
And now hitting in the 9th spot will be the pinch hitter, Lance Nix. As a pinch hitter this year, he's 10 out of 37 for a .316 average. He does have a home run. 2 runs batted in.
Very impressive numbers coming off the bench.
Overall in the season, a .272 average. As a pinch hitter.
Is that Logan warming up?
That's Logan Ondersek, yeah. You didn't want to try it, did you?
No, I was going to leave that one up to the professional.
3-run ball game, 7-4 Pirates, and Evan Meek trying to get the final out of the top of the 8th. Lance Nix takes inside on him. Nix has only faced Meek once in his career. He's 0 for 1. Some Ohioans with their rally caps. Here comes the 2-0. Did he go? No, says third base umpire Doug Eddings.
Should have asked me.
Well, what did you think, Bob?
I think he went. There it is. Watch that bat come. That's close enough for me.
3-0 the count.
I'd have called it.
Tying run is on deck, by the way. And that's a strike down the middle. 3 balls, 1 strike. Lance Nick's brother Jason started the year with the White Sox. Was designated for assignment, picked up by the Indians, and now he's playing most days for Cleveland. There goes the runner. Inside ball 4. And now that does bring the tying run to the plate in the 8th. 2 walks in the inning for Meek.
I'm not sure if Meek has thrown over 40 pitches very often this year. I'd be curious to find out exactly what his max is.
Well, the Pirates are planning on him getting out of this inning. Nothing doing in the bullpen right now to back him up.
Well, I mean, tonight, really you can see what difference is. Without Dotel out there, you had Mulholland go to the plate. And then Meek had to hit for himself because he had to come in earlier than they really wanted him to.
Well, fans, the horses are approaching the starting gate, and the field is set for the 41st running of the West Virginia Derby. Catch the race live as the horses run the 1 1/8 race with $750,000 at stake for the winner. Coverage begins this Saturday at 5 right here on FSN. Down the stretch we go. Brandon Phillips with 2 on and 2 out. Pitch is high for a ball. Phillips 2 out of 4 tonight. Doubled and scored in the 7th. He singled in his first at bat. Flat out to right and grounded out to second as well. He has 14 home runs this year. Meek's 1-0 pitch. Fouled out of play.
Pitch number 42. Jason Steele just informed me that 44 is the maximum pitches for Super Meek to this point.
He's approaching that rapidly.
Jason, one of our most knowledgeable gypsies.
Daniel McCutcheon in his new role in the bullpen warming up. 1-1 is cut on and missed.
Came with the breaking ball. Phillips, the big swing. Trying to tie it up right there.
1-2. Meek a pitch away from getting out of the inning. Heisey at second base. And Nick's at first. This one hit to the gap in right center, and it's going to be big trouble. Heisey scores. Nick's being waved around. He's going to score all the way from first. Brandon Phillips a 2-run, 2-out double. It's now a 1-run ball game at 7-6.
I'm not sure Phillips touched first base.
Let's get a look.
Yep, let's see if he did. Of course, I'm a million miles away up here in the perch. Did he step over the top of it? Ball getting into the gap. Got to it before it got to the warning track, but not in time to keep him from getting a double.
Well, Phillips, who does a lot of theatrics when he comes up with an extra base hit.
Now that was a big hit right there. That was worth celebrating. We have Phillips going around first base. Watch his feet. Does he step over the bag? See, I thought he stepped over the bag. If he got it, it was just with his heel. It was very close. Very close. Might have got it with the back of his heel.
Paul Janisch, actually Joey Votto, who is pinch hitting is going to get walked. The Pirates will get to Miguel Cairo instead. So the walks have come back to hurt Evan Meek this inning. Both men that he walked came around to score on that Phillips double. We talked about the theatrics, and this is what he does when he has a hit like that. He's got a little Willie Mays Hayes in him.
You know, that's okay as far as that kind of stuff doesn't bother me too much. I mean, that was a really big hit and a big time. You know, you should be happy and celebrate. Sometimes we make a little bit too much of that. I mean, you're supposed to have fun, supposed to have a good time. Now, if you do that and it's 9-1, then that's a little silly.
And first pitch to Miguel Cairo is a strike. Only one time before has Evan Meek thrown more than 48 pitches in a game in his career. It was June 8th last year against Atlanta. Tying run in scoring position. Go ahead run at first. And a leaper on the infield. Pop up to Neil Walker. And Evan Meek on his 50th pitch wriggles off the hook. 7-6. Pirates by a run. Evan Meek gets out of it. Got touched up for a couple of runs. And I'll tell you what, Meek looks pretty worn out after the longest outing pitching wise of his career.
Yeah, he's a little bit out of gas right there. Tries to gather himself, get his wind back. It's hot, humid, and not really hot, but the humidity tonight is way up there. He's trying to get his thoughts together.
Pedro Alvarez will face Logan Andrusek. Andrusek, big fella, 6'8", 225. He's out of Shannon, Texas. Andrusek hits strike one to Alvarez. And Pedro hits it to shallow center. Coming on is Heisey. He'll make the catch for the out. One down to the Pirate eighth. Defensively, with Votto hitting for Paul Yanis, Miguel Cairo moves over to shortstop. And Votto's had the sore right wrist. Forced into action tonight. He will play first base. 8-inch Logan Ondrusek.
First batter efficiency of 80%.
Miller just single and a double tonight, 2 for 3.
I like that stat for relief pitchers. When they come into the ball game, normally that first hitter is extremely important, especially if it's the middle of the inning. What do you do with that first guy?
Well, it changes the whole complexion of the inning on a lot of cases.
Well, your manager is trying always to make sure it's a matchup that's going to be favorable to you. So you get that good matchup, you need to get the guy out. It's not like real super right now. It doesn't look like. It's a little wore out.
I think he got near a little kryptonite.
Yeah.
Got his first big league hit in his second major league plate appearance. Both times he's been to the plate have been this season. We'll find out whose bat he used, because I don't know if he's got his own. Miller's down the left field line, pulled foul.
He probably has his own, but did he have one out here in the dugout? That's would be another question. Being a home game, I think somebody probably got a hold of one, make sure he had it. If he was going to hit on the road, probably doesn't take any bats with him on the road. He'll probably have to borrow one.
I remember when DJ Carrasco had him at bat a week and a half or so ago, I asked him if he knew where to look for a helmet. This one is going to roll in fair ground. And Ondrusek will take the out. There are 2 away. So he said that equipment manager Scott Bonnet came up to him with the gloves and the helmet, so he wouldn't have to look for it. So you get an experienced equipment guy, he bails you out sometimes. So 2 men out now in the bottom of the 8th. Joel Hanrahan loosening up. He'll come on to try to close this one out. Here's Chris Snyder. Takes a strike. Two-run single for him tonight. Breaking ball, stands him up, strike 2.
6'8", looks like you could just hand the ball to the catcher.
Snyder used to catch a guy bigger than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Randy Johnson. 6'10". 1-2 to Snyder. In the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's got to be a little different for him, all the newness. The only organization he's been with has been the Diamondbacks until yesterday. Count full now, 3-2. Payoff pitch coming. And Snyder walks with 2 down. Let's take a look at it in case you missed it. Presented by Mazda. What's happening around the major leagues tonight. Ryan Howard on the 15-day DL, sprained left ankle. Adam Dunn on waivers. Could be claimed by any team. National League teams get a good shot at him. Carlos Santana placed on the 15-day DL. And David Freese will undergo season-ending ankle surgery for the Cardinals. We saw him running the bases prior to the game on Sunday in St. Louis. They were going to decide what to do with him. He seemed to be running okay from where we were watching him in the press box, but apparently his ankle not responding, and he's going to be done for the year. 1-1 to Cedeno. 1 ball, 1 strike. Snyder at first. And Cedeno loops one to shallow right. Here comes Bruce. He won't get it. Base hit Cedeno.
Got a big insurance run out there at second base. There's the replay, just a little jam shot that falls in. I have a little luck sometimes, but I'll take one more of those jam shots.
Jeff Clement will be the hitter to face Logan Andrusek. Clement in his first pinch hitting appearance since being recalled from AAA. Took Mitchell Boggs deep at Busch Stadium. And his next appearance as a pinch hitter had a solid single to left. So his swing has been adjusted somewhat. He's having success. He has 6 home runs, all 6 on the road. He does not have a PNC Park home run. 2 on, 2 out for the Pirates. Logan Andrusek pitching. And that's outside, 1-1. So 2 for 3 since his return to the Pirates Saturday. That's pulled to the right side. Votto gloves it. Underhand toss, and that'll do it for the Pirates. They'll leave 2 and we'll head to the 9th. Joel Hanrahan will come on to try to close it. Pirates with a 1-run lead.
Pittsburgh is brought to you by Meadows Racetrack and Casino.
Welcome back to PNC Park in downtown on the North Shore. 7-6 Pirates. We go to the top of the 9th inning. And on to close it, Joel Hanrahan. His first opportunity to do so. His last save was with the Washington Nationals last May 24th. Against the Baltimore Orioles in an interleague game.
He's got that nice first batter efficiency also, 79%, but the strikeouts is the big number. 65 Ks in 46 innings.
And you go back just 3 days prior to his last save, his second to last save, May 21st of last season. Guess who that was against?
Pirates?
The Pirates. Top of the 9th. 3 outs to go. Pirates trying to get a W tonight. Scott Rowland takes the ball. Hanrahan came in, pitched an inning last night. Got victimized with that inside the park home run by Chris Heisey. The only run he's given up since the All-Star break. Strike called. Talked to Joel for a while yesterday about the new bullpen, the way it looks. Will Ledesma is the elder statesman down there now. And Joel Hanrahan is now one of the elder statesmen. There's a line drive and a base hit to left. Rolling with a leadoff single. When the season started, Hanrahan and Meek were two of the younger guys in the bullpen. Now they're two of the older guys. So the tying run is aboard in the ninth for the Reds.
Hanrahan's had a lot of experiences out there. I think he's ready for this. As you said, he's been a closer. He's a closer for the USA in the World Baseball Classic. No problem with him in the ninth inning.
Johnny Combs pops it up. Foul ground. Pedro Alvarez hangs on for the out. One down. Jay Bruce will be the hitter. He's 0 for 4. Bruce, left-handed hitter, right fielder. Takes ball one. John Russell and Neil Huntington have both said that Hanrahan and Meek would share the closer's duties. And tonight it's Hanrahan's turn. There's a strike. I think Meek liked that a little more than Dan Potash. Danny right there in the dugout. On the other side of the wall of it. To first base, that's a foul ball. The two pitchers involved tonight. Now the third.
Mulholland's got a W on the line. I'm going to sweat out these next two outs.
One and two to Jay Bruce. One out and one on for the Reds in the ninth. Joel Hanrahan's pitch. Got it. .65 strikeouts now for Joel Hanrahan.
I'm going to take a look at this at bat, and Bruce has had a hard time dealing with that breaking ball from these right-hand hitters. Meek got him earlier with it, and that's what he gets put away here. There, that's a slider right over the top of it. Meek did the same thing with him.
Facing Chris Heisey, who's been a tough out. Hanrahan trying to get him tonight. Heisey got him last night. 0-1 to Heisey. Heisey's been on base 3 times, twice via the hit, once with a walk. Strike 2. Reds down to their final strike. Tying runners aboard in the top half of the ninth. Here's the 0-2. Snyder with a good block.
An excellent block. That's a very important job at that point, obviously. Tying run out of first base. You don't want him at second. You want the hand-in-hand breaking ball to be thrown very hard there. You're going for the strikeout. The chances are he's going to bounce it, so you got to be up to the task.
Here's the 1-2. Got him! Strike 3, and the ball game is over. Ring one up for the Pirates. Paul Mulholland gets win number 7. And Joel Hanrahan save number 1.
Really a fine job of the offense tonight. Haven't been doing much with the sticks of late. But got out early, got that big 6 run. Was the second inning, wasn't it? And that basically was the ball game. Anytime you can have a big inning early, you really increase your chances of winning the game. Make that other club play catch up all night. And then Hanrahan in the 9th inning, as always, he was money.
And they like it here at PNC Park. Evan Meek came in for 2 innings of relief, and Paul Mulholland, the winning pitcher tonight. Good work by the Pirates.